And hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're all doing well. I'm out here. I'm alive for now. Really feeling last night's little marathon. So I don't know how long I'm gonna be here for. I don't know if I can do another 7-hour stream. Probably I can. Let's be honest with ourselves. But statistically speaking, maybe I won't. We've already blown past the deadline, the self-imposed deadline on this. The deadline is self-imposed because it doesn't make any sense with what Artfight is to use it this way. But it doesn't matter because at this point, the value of just stopping halfway, it's unthinkable. There's no point in half-assing this anymore. There's a point in doing it right and getting it done, and that's all the point that's left. That's all the point that's left, man. So we're gonna do that. With that not at all dispiriting crack in my voice, we're gonna do that. Also, what the hell is this volume? Jesus Christ. No, I lowered the volume. No wonder. This thing hasn't been saving my volume settings. No wonder everything's so goddamn loud. Here's this bastard. And I hope this thing looks good. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. Okay, anyways. We got some work we gotta do. Let's do the fun work first. It's always a winning formula to, get the fun part out of the way first, and then get to the hard part later. We're gonna go in object mode. And we're just gonna start sculpting things. We're gonna start sculpting irregularities in the walls. Yep, yeah, there it is. Yeah, I bet you don't like that. Okay. Even on. Draw. Okay. Clay thumb, huh? Yeah, that'll do. Worst case scenario, if this all starts to look like ass, we just grab the ripcord and bail. We just pull that ripcord, folks. Absolutely, we're not sticking around, you know? Okay, interesting you have to do an inverse on overhangs. You have to do an inverse clay brush on overhangs. I don't understand why, but whatever. Interesting. Oh, yeah, and I need to do my window thing. Love it. Oh, hey, we already got a viewer, so time to pop open that chat app. You're always welcome. Okay, so we got chat bots already. We do have to have a little bit of thought as to the walls, even though they're not in frame, because the shape of this place is going to affect how light bounces off it. Funny thought, but it is true. We cannot just assume that everything's going to be normal. We don't know how far out we need to zoom either, so that's another reason to be smart about this. What else have we got in here? Stretch move cloth, don't really need that. Blend soft, okay, no, don't really need that. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so whose OC is a giant train tunnel anyway? No, the OC isn't the train tunnel. This is just the environment setting for the entire animation, because at some point, I lost control of my life. The OC is these two. Well, they showed up for a second, but here's one. And yes, they were only a meter tall, which is very interesting given the space of the environment that I decided to work with. There's one. There's another. Grape says, damn, going all out. Yeah. At some point, you just stop fighting. Like, restraint takes energy. And yes, it takes effort to make these things too, but sometimes restraint takes more effort. Sometimes it's harder to be restrained. So, we'll see about all that, you know? We'll see how it all goes. This is looking really cool, though. I appreciate it. Hopefully it looks even better soon. Took a lot of work to get this far, so... The more work you put in, the more work you want to keep putting in so that it doesn't look bad in some element, you know? It says either that or give up entirely. Yeah, we're trying to avoid that outcome. There's no point in flaming out. Last year's Artfight, I already had a nightmare scenario where I spent 2 weeks on an art piece, much like this. Only I'm going even further this time. And then the final day of Artfight, I tried to upload it and the website froze. And then when I tried to upload it again, it didn't do it. It was too late. And it's like, okay, that was the worst feeling in the world. It says having a window of time definitely helps, but then also says, oh no. Yeah, it was painful. It was a physical bodily response would be the way that I would describe it. There are a few times in my life where it's been like, oh, wow. I felt that one in my chest. But I did. Hopefully the parts of this that are explicitly super flat are not immediately noticeable, but... That's why we use foreshortening. This is just about sculptable. Let's see. Okay. It's looking pretty good. Time for the tunnel, which is going to be a little bit more of a... Smooth brush, where are you? Smooth. There you go. Yeah, that's more like it. Okay, let's make sure. Yeah, okay. While we're in the tunnel, we want to actually be able to see. Good. Gotta be a little bit more careful with this one here. Still, it's looking fine. interesting how these look when they clip into each other. I really don't want to take for granted that it'll look good. Could end up being a disaster. Trying to be subtle about it, just in case. Hopefully your own rush has gone well, Grapes. The back here, the camera will never get this far back, so we don't have to be precise about it here. We only have to be precise at around the railroad switch, so we'll save time by doing that. Interesting. This brush doesn't really work with this. Maybe clay foam will work just fine. Yeah. That'll do. Yeah, and we should probably get the Jimmy Music credit up a little bit higher. Alright. Oh yeah, we gotta really rough this guy up. Just fuck him up a little bit. This thing is just not... We're gonna have to go back in with edit mode to make sure that everything's nice and tidy. After you've fucked it up a little bit, you have to go back to edit mode to unfuck it a little bit more. A little bit less than you fucked it up to begin with, basically. That's how you know it's real. Okay. Good Lord, that's probably a little bit too much, huh? That'll do it. Okay. Probably use grab here to, you know. the fact that I can see gaps in this thing, and I don't know why. Only from a far distance, though. That's not concerning at all, for God's sake. Yeah, it'll probably be fine. The odds are very good that we will not need a camera shot of this. Because let's see, that would be all the way up there, yeah. It's like 3 meters up off the ground. So, no. We would have to be taking sky-high shots from, like, here. And I don't think that's necessary. At most, you could go, like, here. Worst case scenario, we grab another block of concrete and call it good. We have fixed these problems before, and we will fix them again. Alright, cool. Now the funnest part about this is that all of this is going to require like different materials. We're going to need camera ray materials, we're going to need transparent materials like you don't understand. Having done all the hard part, the hard part is on the easy part remains, which is also the hard part. Having done the easy part, the hard part remains, which is the harder part. There's no real saving yourself here, you know? Anyways, now we're in object mode, shade smooth. That's looking rocky. It's looking a little bit, you know, dingy, but we could probably fix that with okay, walls, and then viewport display. Viewport display is like all we have here. Look at that bad boy. Scattering rocks and things to make things look good is not going to be trivial. So every now and then you can see where things are particularly smooth. It's going to be interesting to try and hide that, let's put it like that. In fact, so interesting that we may as well get started, because it's going to take approximately 3 hours of focused effort, if not more. Going by how long it took me to do the, Yeah, I think it's time. It's time. A little bit more grab. Just a little bit grabbing ought to help, right? I hope you like grabbing too. Unfortunately, given the skeletal rig that we got, it's not like past the ladder here, so we can probably go a little crazy with the inflates and deflates. That's maybe a little bit much, but yeah, something like that, yeah. Be more than fine. Maybe get away with a little clay strips on this left hand side. Maybe a little bit of inflate. Yeah, that ought to be good enough. Alright. Now it's for real. Now it's for real. We're bound to go into material preview and suffer the slings and arrows. Oh, good God, this is gonna be This is gonna be something else. Alright. No hiding, no fear. Throw yourself at it until you win. The first thing is this thing mixes the back-facing constraint, so we need that there. Okay? The worst part is the environment needs to get weird and fucked up over here. Which means that the texture is going to have a lot of constraints. A lot of interesting shit is going to go down. A lot of interesting shit. Suffice it to say. Also need to make lamps and shit. Like, a lot of stuff needs to go. But none of it's going to get done by me detailing all the things that need to get done. It's going to get done by me actually knuckling down and doing it. Also, let's check our Artfight profile, because I remember Emperor Supreme was talking about she was going to send me... Oh, hello! That's what I was waiting on. Tragedy, friendly guy. Oh, look. Okay, wait. We gotta do this. When was this? I gotta. Okay. Let's show off the attack. We have all our usual obligations, but on top of that, we gotta actually rep our fellow combatants here in Artfight. It's one of my favorite parts of the entire process, and I haven't gotten to do enough of it. Let's just put it like that. So we'll just, you know, we'll just do what we can do, you know? That's where we're at. So this is Friendly Guy by Emperor Supreme. This is my my 3D model, little guy, and look at this. Look at this interesting use of texture here. We got okay, airbrush material, sure for sure. But look at this. We got some ruggedized textures here. We got a lot of different uses. We got a lot of slow blurs here too, and noise and gradient textures. All very good. It's a very interesting interpretation of the little guy. I love him. For those of you not in the know, little guy is my OC that I made for Artfight. Well, I made my OC for Artfight, but also for other reasons, of course. But let's see, how do I go back at full screen mode? I guess I just hold on. I guess I'll just we'll just show, and then yeah, this is my full character here. This is my little OC, as it were. I would say do not steal, but everybody who's tried has suffered. This is not an easy character to model, let's put it like that. There's nothing about it. Nothing about it, you know, that is easy here. By the way, I did not know how to do IK very well when I made this, so it is FK only. All the posing you see, FK only. In fact, no armature whatsoever. Physics constraints only. I really gotta go back and do this guy justice. I was cooking with some of these decisions. I really was. But I'm not here to fluff myself up any bigger than I've already been fluffed. Let's go back to Empress's design just to really show the compare and contrast. As soon as, you know, I can figure out how to do this. But yeah. So yeah. Many thanks to Emperor Supreme once again, because I'm really proud. I'm really happy with this, and I really appreciate the design. A lot of people have tried to render a little guy, and every time, most people get intimidated. So any design, any level of fidelity, any level of stylization, especially, I respect. And stylization is plenty on display here. So yeah. Thanks again to Emperor Supreme. I really enjoyed it, and I will be writing a comment live on stream, which I guess I'll read a lot. Like, you guys don't need to see me type, I don't think. You guys can take my word for it as I narrate. Thank you so much, Empress. I was waiting to see what you'd come up with for, so let's see. Not many people can render them at all, and I especially admire the kind of stylization you came up with for all the different materials. I was really anticipating this, but I couldn't fill up all the days to check and make sure. So I hope my comment hasn't left you waiting too long. Really appreciate it. Alright. That should be it. So let's post comment and whoop. Alright, so that's attack, and then the notification is we got another follower. Sure. Okay, follow back, yeah. Alright. So clear those notifications. But, goodness. I'm very happy. I'm very happy that I got an attack. I hope everybody got a good look. Oh, goodness me. Alright. Anyways, yeah. Let's see. We're gonna need... Would you believe it? We're gonna need a gradient texture. Would you believe it? We're gonna need to map that texture. And potentially even double map, though we will see about that. Definitely gonna need a wave texture. Yeah, no, I'm definitely a little bit way too tired to do another 8-hour stream. I hate to say it, but I pushed myself a little bit too hard last night, it seems. That having been said, we will continue. We will continue at whatever pace we require. Okay, on top of that, we're gonna need a Voronoi texture. 2 Voronoi textures, probably. If you could believe it. But, maybe not. Maybe just 1. No, we're gonna need 2, at least. 1 as a map for the other, so that'll be cool. We're gonna need so many mixed color nodes, you guys don't even know. I'm just gonna not even, like, yeah. Just duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. I already know some of what I'm gonna need, right? So, yeah. We don't know how many mappings we're gonna need. I was watching more Ryan King art tutorials, as is the case. I have to say that Ryan King does do some of the best art, material tutorials on YouTube, though I will say, I feel like it's an underexplored field because of Ryan King. Because Ryan King does very good stuff with materials, but it is very one-note. There is more that can be done, and I know that it can be done. So, at least in theory, the one good thing, the one saving grace about this is that we only need... Oh, yeah, and then we're gonna need at least... Christ, we're gonna need at least 1 object mapping. That's what my empty's for now. This is crazy. Yeah, this thing's gonna be a genuine... Okay. Object coordinates on this. Goes straight into the vector. That is gonna go onto a spherical gradient. Okay, interesting. And we're definitely going to want to HSV that. Jesus, even that's not going to do much, is it? Alright, well. And this is spherical, okay. Saturate, okay. Then we're definitely going to need a color ramp and probably a second mapping if we don't already have it. Yeah. That is about right. It's not perfect though. No. This is a weird situation to find oneself in, and yet it is the case. One is in such a situation. Yeah, that will just about. Okay. 0.048 perhaps? We do want it to be squashed in the Z, is the thing. So we could just do like a, yeah, if we could just, you know. Okay, interesting. 0.048 perhaps? Okay, 4.5 perhaps? Okay. 4.0 then. Okay. Interesting. So that's the big determining factor, huh? 4.3, too much. 4.2, too much. However, if we simply shrink the Z factor, yeah, now we're talking. And we could do 0.38 here. Well, interesting stuff right there. Yeah. That is not bad. Alright, let's rotate this about the X, perhaps. Okay. Not there. Okay. Not there. Does rotating you do anything? It does! Uh-huh. That's perfect. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, that ought to do it. All right. So that will be one of our various factors. Okay. Very happy to have that done. I really thought it would be a giant pain in the ass, but no, it was only a minor pain in the ass, so we're gonna call that a huge victory. Fat dubs. Fat dubs. Alright. So that's cool. That's all very cool. Next we're gonna want just a regular old noise texture too. Yeah, we're actually gonna have to organize this thing proper. There's no getting around it this time. Like, gonna have to actually use the Node Wrangler tools given to me to have it stand even a goddamn chance. Even then, this is okay. Linear light. What does clamp factor mean? Okay. Alright, so first thing we need to do... Also, no. This is unfortunate. This is all... Yeah. This is not necessarily the case that we want this. But... we do want a mapping node here. Yeah, no, this was way premature. Disconnecting all this would be okay. Sucks to be me, but let's start with what we know to be true. Okay. Okay. We definitely need to up the scale a little bit. Okay. Interesting. I would not have expected that. Oh, right. Right. Maybe it's this one? Yeah, that's that one. Okay. That's not right. How much do you want the dirt to climb up the walls, basically? And how aggressive do you want the fall off to be? Well, we'll see. Don't get it twisted. I am highly concerned about the results here. Alright, now this is where we use the bog standard. Bog standard. Noise texture. Trick. This is gonna be a mega, like, this is gonna be a node monster. Yeah, let's keep things organized. Floor factor. Warp factor. So that's going to be part of it, right? This dictates where things are. God, we're actually gonna have to use transmission, aren't we? Good lord. And I'd have to actually use view layers too, Jesus. Okay. We're just gonna have a RGB value. We're just gonna have a color as a test probe, as it were. We're just gonna drag it over to here, just about. Yeah. That way we can be sure that we're doing the right thing, as it were. So in theory, I want this to be the floor, because in theory, again, in theory, I might want something a little bit more complex for the, oh yeah, and if we don't already have bump and displacement, let me be honest with you, yay. Emission sampling, huh. Do not use this surface as a light for sampling. Yeah. Smooth, high-quality interpolation, but slower. Yeah, we're not going to worry about that. Alright, anyways, what do we got? What do we got here? Interesting, to say the least. I'd love to know what that's about. Well, this is why we have these intermediate phases where we're just raw dogging magenta. To see this. Whatever you want to call this. Okay, interesting. Alright. Good lord. I have no idea why I freaked out that hard. Okay, good enough. I'm fascinated by where the noise chose to manifest itself. Oh, okay, anyways. I don't know why these things are so hard to select, but they are hard to select. Very weird. Black is a perfectly acceptable and cromulent color for this. Okay. Weird how nothing seems to affect the texture, but we'll see. We'll see exactly what it is that we can do here. I guess we'll start by doing a lightish gray. Clearly we need to bump up the contrast a little bit. Okay. Well, that peach color is clearly a little bit too saturated. This gray color isn't exactly inspiring anybody either. Let's bring that out to bear. Okay, yeah, that's fine. We need ultra high detail. We need to increase the scale quite a bit. Sure, that'll be fine. Bump up that roughness, please. Distortion, maybe. Okay, maybe we need to bring down the scale a little bit. No, bump up the detail. Bring down the scale, please. Okay, that's too much. That's too much. Okay. got a bit of a confusing mess out here, you know? I feel like I'm losing my goddamn mind out here. This doesn't look like anything. Okay, well that looks like dirt. Mind you, it looks like dirt everywhere, which is not ideal. So, clearly... Clearly we need color factors and bump factors, you know? Okay, well. Now, did we overdo it on the strength? I don't know. That seems fine to me. 0.5 is not an insane texture size. I think we could do is scaling up this noise texture somewhat. Okay. Alright, let's say that we went with that. Would that be acceptable? I don't know. Alright, I've got to go to the restroom, then we can carry on figuring out whatever we are going to do here. This is like putting a Jenga puzzle together. BRB. Jenga puzzle? What the fuck does that mean? Alright, everybody, I'm back. Thank you all for your patience. Alright. It's not ideal, but it'll do. Well, that'll do it. Me, on the contrary, I don't need this one at all. Maybe what I need is this one. Well, that's not parsable. No, it really ain't. But we want it to be. And we know that this ain't right. Perhaps. Well, it looks substantial. I mean, Jesus Christ, what does it look like exactly? Well, I can guarantee you that's not going in unbalanced with something else. Ooh-wee. Oofa doofa, Jesus Christ. Now, I tell you what, it doesn't look goddamn horrible when it's mixed in with this noise. No, it doesn't. Not ideal, no. By no means is it ideal, but it's a start. This place looks like a goddamn mess is what it looks like. Yeah, we probably want to bump up the roughness. That'll help everything. I say as it demonstrably doesn't do that. Okay, well. Clearly we need some sort of mix layer on this Voronoi nonsense. Alright. I'm not so proud to admit that. This needs its own mix. Potentially with its own noise texture added in. You know what might help? If we added detail to the big Voronoi, it might help. That's maybe a little bit too much detail. If you have no detail, it looks like that. The second that you add in, like, okay, interesting. Now it's not so goddamn terrible. Mind you, it's also not very detailed, so, you know. It's not terrible, but I don't love it. Definitely still needs a little bit of a mix-up. No, not quite. Huh? Okay, well. Clearly the scale needs to... Okay. be about the right amount of roughness, and then just a pinch more distortion should be fine. Just about there. Alright, cool. Cool. We just mix this bad boy in here. We should get a much better sort of mix. Eventually, I mean, it'll take a while to load. Right, okay. Okay. I don't think we need you here. Maybe the problem isn't the mix, it's how we're mixing it. You should do like a multiply, perhaps. What does a multiply do? Multiply, great. Yeah, a multiply is not what we want here. Okay, how about a linear light? Barely does anything, really. Perhaps a darken? Perhaps I'm mixing this all wrong altogether. Perhaps we should do this. And then this in. Because this is the height. I mean, it's a little insane. But it's also not goddamn horrible. Like, it's workable. You just have to, like, you know, maybe lower the distance a little bit on both of these. Come to think of it. Should probably be looking on this side, since this side's what's going to be used most. We definitely need some variation in the roughness, I feel. That might make this pop. Okay. This is the noise zone, so this is where it all comes from. Interesting. Okay. We need another Voronoi texture, could you believe it? Now we're gonna need to put it through, you believe it? Could you believe it? A color ramp. And let's see. We're gonna need a scale of, oh, I'd say about 450. You sure about that, buddy? Just a detail set of 1 ought to be, okay. There's some really goddamn big rocks, but that'll be fine. Yeah, sure. We'll put it in constant interpolation. Sure. Then we'll ramp up the white color by like a lot. Okay. Well, at that point, it's very easy to say that other way around then. Sure. We can make a 900 easy and no problems. Yeah, 900 easy and no problems. That's about right. Okay, cool. And we'll just do another color. Because this is the factor for dark brown stone, I guess. I did it right. Nope, I did not do it right. Good God. Okay, well. And it'll be this one, and then this one will be the dark brown, I guess. So yeah, these are getting used as a factor somewhere they shouldn't be. I don't love that for me. This should be easy. Okay. That looks about right. But for some reason... He says, can I show you my favorite pal from Pal World? Sure. Tubi's favorite pal is one that they didn't have in there when I was playing. Some type of being called Asura. It's a fiery-headed guy in the style of Anubis, but it's a fiery-headed guy instead of Anubis. It's some kind of being. I'd say I definitely prefer that guy to Anubis. I remember Anubis being the being to catch in the game originally. This... Wow, hold on. Oh god. Okay, Chrome is now fighting me. Okay, hold on a second. Alright, see. Okay. It's that guy. That's Asura. Interesting design. Definitely better than Anubis for my money. Never could get behind their Anubis. He says his name is Renjishi. He says, oh, Anubis still is. Oh, well. Well, then we're gonna change that. I'm not too surprised. And we're not, in fact, gonna change that. He says, but I like Renjishi more as a design standard. So he says, also, Anubis got a GF. I heard about that. Isn't her name Medjet or something? Or something like that. Sekhmet. Yep. Sekhmet sounds about right. There, that'll do it. Tubi asks, what we doing? We are making the cave walls. Or trying to. It's going. More than that, I don't dare to say. He says, your window looks weird. I'm not entirely sure what you might mean by that. I have to be a little bit more specific than that. If you mean that the colors are ugly, don't I know it? If he says, check DMs, it's fixed now. That's very weird. Yeah, no, that never showed up on my OBS. I have no goddamn idea what that was about. Weird, maybe it was because when I moved over to the Chrome Palworld screenshot, who can say? Not me, I can't say. Okay, well. God only knows how this is gonna look. Obviously the purple is not intentional. He says, huh, think it showed up when Twitch tried to load an ad for the side of stream. That's very weird, but I have no control over what Twitch decides to do in that case. And they're just like, no, Deffer's stream is gonna look bad. What can I do? Nothing dignified, I'll tell you that for free. So yeah. This is a disaster. He says, also, holy jeez, that shader. That's a lot of stuff. Correct. It's a lot. And it'll be a lot more stuff before we're done either. Because this is like one part that's one half, and then the other part is over there. And it's got completely different rules, so... Oh yeah, and while we're here, I hate to say it, but we might want to do a... Oh god, this is gonna be a nightmare. How many faces? Come on, hit me. How many faces? Not that many more, actually. Adaptive subdue. Okay. Yeah, actually, it barely affected things at all. Okay. I can live with that. At some point we're going to want to do a displacement. God knows what this will do. It'll freak out is what it'll do. Well, that's weird. That's extremely weird. Freaking out a little bit. It doesn't love me for this. But, it's hanging in there. So maybe I should just leave that unplugged until I'm done. Maybe. But yeah, I can't help but notice that this is not quite as dynamic looking as some of the other stuff, so we'd better get on to that. Okay. Okay. I'm honestly kind of impressed by how much we can't see anything. That's weird. And we're using the normal scaling factor, nothing wacky about it. No offsets, no nothing. This is so weird. Okay, how about diagonal lines? I'm just gonna remove that displacement modifier. Okay. That's what I thought. Okay. Jesus Christ, this thing's a mess. I'm gonna need more room, frankly. Okay. That seems good. Bit of that Walther's Law. I have Walther's Law of original horizontality if you're going to have, you know, geostratigraphic depictions of a mine. Okay. Extremely normal, goddamn thing. Really probably should have organized this even more aggressively than I tried to do. Crazy, I know that I would say such a thing, but, yeah. Okay. Maybe we don't need the displacement hooked up to this. Maybe we need it hooked up to another noise map that we can use as a... that might be it. We'll find out. Alright. Can't say that I love the look of this thing. That's driving me to think that maybe the displacement needs like a tiny noise, like a high roughness noise mod. That might do it. That might do what I need it to do. Okay, now it's gonna take a while to figure itself out. Like a long, long while. Okay. Interesting. So that's way too much. But let's, yeah. Well, first thing, let's bump up that scale a lot. Okay, yeah. Now you might be saying to yourself, Defers, this looks like complete dog's assholes. To which I say, well, yes. You start with the complete dog's assholes, and then you start... And now it's not so complete dog's assholes. There are certain things about it that are actually pretty good, in my opinion. These rocks, they're looking pretty good. Remains to be seen if, you know, the rest of it will look as good. Certainly I have my big doubts about some of this. Okay. Maybe that's not so goddamn bad. The weird part is the texture looks stretched on the x-axis, but I can't tell you why, or the y-axis, but I can't tell you why. I've applied rotation, location, scaling a million times. This seems a little bit more regular to me, which doesn't make any goddamn sense, or at least it shouldn't. Alright, well that doesn't look horrible. suppose we could grab the floor factor and apply it to the pillars. Hopefully that doesn't gross them out too much. Would that help? It's hard to say. Everything seems about appropriate. Okay, well, we're on the 3-hour mark, and we've at least got some cave walls. I'm not terribly happy with them, but they're about as good as we can make them for now. Alright, well. Oh, it's cool that that's happening. Is that happening anywhere else along the railroad, or am I just unlucky there? Yep, it's happening elsewhere. That's good. That's good. We love that for us. A little bit of irregularity is good. We just gotta tame it. I don't expect this to actually be in the shot, but we'd better be careful. This, on the other hand, is going to be in the shot, even if only a little bit. Can't risk it. Alright, well. And I hope this ends up looking good. I think at this point I'm slowing down just because I have to, like, manifestly live with the results. And that is a crap proposition to be in. And all kinds of situations, you know? It says, I'm the thinking statue today on if I should stay up until midnight to play Splatoon Raiders right away. And Salmega says, test, and why am I naming gray on iPad? It's green in my screen, if that helps. It's green on my screen. Green scream. Sammy says, okay, so it's just iPad freaking out. Good. Yeah, I guess. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by any of that? What? Huh. Maybe it says it did that thing again with the ad. Yeah, Twitch is tweaking out right now. Well, it's Twitch fucking me over. What else is new? That's just Twitch's hobby. See if you're any good. I have my doubts. Well, it didn't do much. Guess I should be grateful. Oh, the factor. You went here instead of here. No wonder you didn't do anything. Oof. Well, first things first, is that's the opposite direction of what I want it to be in. What did you do? first things first, we gotta try and average this down. Okay. No go, huh? Oh, it's because I was hitting the wrong button. God damn it. Okay. Yeah, we gotta get this going. Okay. Well, I think I've gotten this about as good as I'm going to get it. God willing, I'm wrong on that, but I've got my doubts, as it were. So this is going to be looking like a nightmare. Absolute Freddy Krueger nonsense, but 2B says, I'm gonna go eat. Well, sleep well, 2B. Thanks for dropping by, as usual. We'll see what we can get going here. rocks look good next to this? That's the real question. Well, I'd better work on something that gives me a little bit more self-confidence first. And 2B passed me a lucky battery, so thank you for the lucky battery, 2B. Appreciate it. Ah, right. Minecarts have axles and the such. Great. There's a good framing, it's just stuck somewhere near this pillar. And if I can just... Is we want to take a top-down view, as top-down as we can, which is about here, apparently. Yeah, we're gonna actually want to use the camera for that kind of stuff. God damn it. Okay, whatever, it's fine. These wheels would be too tiny. The hell? Oh god, no, this shouldn't be in here. I mean, that's a cool looking wheel, but Emperor Supreme says that for you goofy goose. Happy Artfight again. Hope you liked your attack. I really did. How have you been? I've been doing good. I showed off your attack. I'll show it off again since there weren't many people around, and I thought that your attack was really cool. And Sally's around now, so let's see. I've been doing well. I've gotten to the point where I'm doing environment design on this single attack, which I've been working on since last we spoke. So yeah, we're working on it. We're working on it. But yeah, let's see. Okay. Right, we need to not be in full screen to actually move OBS to a spot where we can. Okay. So that's Emperor Supreme's attack for me. It's really good. I really appreciate the texturing that you can see all along the rubberized parts of my character and the subtlety of it. It's very good. I also like the stylization and the use of the airbrush to sort of denote a metallized texture. I think there's a lot to appreciate. I think it's very good. And thank you again, Emperor Supreme, for making it. I really enjoyed it. Hold on a second. Let's get back to chat. Now Miyaki says, oh, that's so cute. And Emperor Supreme says, happy you liked it. I'm still learning how to draw metal, so I did my best. I think you did a fairly good job, especially since it's not a complete metal, so a little bit of deviation from that is more than acceptable, I think. Anyways, this thing needs no... it doesn't need to smooth my angle, come to think of it. Normals, smooth my angle. Huh, for whatever reason it didn't... Oh god, I hit the wrong one. Oh, now the undos are gonna be all janky. Okay, well, here we go. Supreme says, yeah, I had to be brave and draw your character since I've not drawn mech robot characters before, so it was really fun to make. Thanks for keeping him as a character so I can finally attack you. Oh, I'm glad to. I think little guy's always going to be there as a character, especially because a lot of artists find him challenging. Very, very difficult character. Why can't I undo this? Very difficult character for a lot of people. It's a really good character to get people to push their skills. What I ought to do is make a 3D model of some of my 2D characters as well. There we go. And this doesn't need that. This does need smooth by angle, so we'll keep that. Okay. Set origin to center mass volume. That'll do this just fine. So Maggie says, a 3D model of Razume could be a good idea so you can convey their palette better. I agree. But, well, Razume would be high difficulty, I think. Ironically, the thing about 3D modeling is that, unlike almost all the other art types, mechanical characters, very easy. Though to be fair, that is also my background. When you get a classical education in drafting, a lot of things that are hard for some people just aren't even hard at all. I would definitely recommend everybody take a drafting class if they do traditional art. You learn a lot. You really do. The main challenge for a lot of people would be just sticking with it, because it's a lot of drawing things that are typically not interesting to most people. And I think that would be the real challenge, I'd say. Now, of course, I must admit, I don't know if they do drafting classes as such. I don't know how hard they are to get outside of university, because I did them as part of my degree a million years ago. Okay. Okay. We are not going to be using that, I don't think. As wacky as that would be, I don't think that's the right kind of metal. No, there's definitely something you could do there. Guess it's just auto smooth one way or another, huh? Definitely gonna go with a much lower roughness than 0.5. By and large. Yeah. That'll help. I've got to go to the restroom. I'll BRB. Let's see where we go from there. BRB. Okay, I'm back, everybody. Let's see what we can make out of these rails. The problem is any real good procedural rail material at this point has to use some amount of information from the environment, which I'm trying to avoid. Okay. 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 So I guess it's Splatoon Raiders preloaded. Midnight gaming tonight. Been years since I've done it. Well, I hope you enjoyed. But also do be careful to take care of yourself, because you are a little sick. From what I recall. So I guess I'm feeling good today. If it gets worse before midnight, I will go to bed, yeah. Good idea. Finally, it only took multiplying and adding and doing all kinds of nonsense. But eventually we did find the gold and silver little strip. So hopefully that will be useful. I wouldn't know, you know? I hate to say it, but I don't quite know just how effective this is all gonna be, you know? Okay. naturally. It's a little bit the wrong color, I think. I do hope this all ends up looking good, but it feels impossible for me to tell. This is ho 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 ho. Oh, indeed. We gotta have the carnival noise. Carnival noise and music. Alright. Well, there we go. you normal now? Yes. It sure looks like what I don't need. Well, normal vector could be useful. Yeah, the normal vector could be useful for certain things. It's looking very blue, which is technically what a normal vector should look like, but it's the wrong shade of blue to me. But it could just be the rest of the situation. You know what I'm talking about. You've all seen a normal map, probably. Probably. Okay, so vector rotate, vector transform. So normal maps out. We don't need that. Though it's good to know that it exists. I won't deny. I won't lie. That I can't deny. I do this a lot to get symmetrical things. Yeah, it sure looks symmetrical to me. Alright, I know what I'm missing here. I need to use a bump map. better bump map. Other way around, please. Please, other way around. There, that's as good as I'm gonna make it. I guess I could try and make it the same scale as the other noise. That's one thing I could do. 350 ought to do it, yeah. Alright, this ought to be fine for what I have in mind. Hopefully this will be good for the whole thing. We won't know. Alright, well, let's hope that this works out. I've got a lot of concerns, I'm not gonna lie. I'm majorly worried about how the light is going to... how long it's going to take to render individuals' frames. Individuals' frames, yes. Yes, I'm very worried about that. Okay. Alright. Well. More or less what I had in mind. That is an interesting color. Interesting. You are not the right color. That ought to be just about right. That'll work just fine for metallic. With an inverse, we can probably get something useful for roughness. Yeah, invert color should do it. If you're feeling fancy, you could even do, you know, values. Certainly that's going to play a part with the roughness. So we're gonna need that magic corrective, contrast. You? That'll help. Then we can you. Alright, yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense, alright. Probably we want to use that in place of everything else, in point of fact. looks about right. Yeah, can't forget the axles themselves, after all. I think anything more than that is frankly hubris. Yeah, we should probably see how this thing's actually shaping up at this point. Saner people might have done that a while ago. Sure, it looks a little ridiculous, but actually that looks sick as hell. Like, those streaks are looking almost exactly correct. Look at that. That's fucking perfect. Now, yeah, the borders could use a little bit of help. I can't deny that. And just in general, the contrast situation is, in point of fact, as the kids say, ridiculous. But you can fix that. You can fix that. That's not so bad. Okay, so obviously we need something to mix colors with, so this doesn't just look like it's caked in nothing. Because that's the main problem with it right now. Once you add like a mixed color node that, you know, will be closer to a color, as opposed to no color, everything's fine. That is, in my opinion, all you really need. I hope it looks that good in motion. That's the main thing. I mean, the way I think about it is the wheels pick up dust, right? So I think that'll look good. The real question is, can I make it look good with a minecart? I don't know. I don't know. That's where the doubts begin to settle, you know? Because this thing ain't meant to move. We know that... I mean, what we don't know is just how much of the side will be visible. I mean, assuming like a dead-on shot or even a sidelong shot like this, very little. So we can decorate like this side and call that good. Which should be fine, probably. Now, mind you, I've poured over literally every detail of this scene, have conceived the... Like, this is a product of my mind palace, you know what I'm saying? Which means that in some senses, I'm the least reliable interlocutor for what is relevant and what is not. Like, there's something thrilling about being able to say, yeah, I made everything about this. But, it also comes with its own sort of psychic baggage, in the sense that it's like, well, because I made everything about this, I can no longer tell what is relevant to viewers who are not me. I've long since lost that ability. I just see everything. Consequently, when I feel a little dissatisfied, as I do right now, I can't tell, is it me? It could be me. Or is it just in general... Like, you know what I'm saying? You know where I'm going with this? Like, is it me? Is it the circumstances? I don't know. I don't know. Soundwave says, it's just you. You're staring at it too long. True. True. Soundwave says, to me it looks phenomenal. True, but how phenomenal? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know where I go with this? It's like, how phenomenal is phenomenal? You want something at it too long until it doesn't make any sense. Just say that word a few times. Then okay, but for real. Let's see. It's okay to have two metal tones, though, I think. Yeah. We could probably, if we can, you know, look at all the different materials that we've got. We've got like 40 different materials. So this is a little ridiculous at this point. Like it says, you're being too perfectionist. If your attack was just this, people would already go crazy. And you still have the characters and animations to add too. Yeah, it's true. But hopefully I can just make that be good soon. Like, the real question is, how crazy is it gonna... How crazy will it be? How crazy can I get it? You know? In general, we need... Ties metal is what I'm going to use for this one. And we're just going to hope that it's good enough. Because not all the metals are going to be as shiny as that. On the other hand, it should technically be its own separate thing. Oh well, whatever. It won't be its own separate thing for all of it, so I'll tell you that for free. Yeah, we just need, first thing is, we need, like, for this we need, like, well, hold on, we're gonna need, texture, noise texture. Okay. The best part is, after we're all done, we're gonna have to render this damn thing. That's one of my bigger concerns, because it is gonna be a multi-day render, I can tell you that much. Whether I like it or not. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. I gotta say, as usual, the color ramp demonstrates itself to be the most intuitive tool out of everything in the entire toolbox. I really want to use like more, you know, conservative shaders that are less resource intensive, and it's just like, nope, plow through it. Color ramp every time. You think you don't need a color ramp? You're wrong. You need a color ramp. You need a color ramp now. fact, instead of this curves nonsense, let's skip the foreplay, straight to color ramp. You know what they should do is they should make a color ramp that's all float. They should make, like, they made the float curves node. They should make the float color ramp node. That's my opinion anyways. I think it makes goddamn good sense. Float curves? Yeah, they're nice, but how about just a float color ramp, please? Just a color ramp for floats would be great. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of a fan of the tinfoil look. This is interesting. If nothing else, it's real interesting, but it's not what I'm gonna... it's not what I'm going to do, but it is what I should do. It is what I should definitely do. I mean, it looks great on the... Actually, look at that. That looks fine. Relatively speaking. And like... Obviously... Can't be doing that. Can't be having that. Though I would absolutely have it if I could. But yeah, now we're learning. Not perfect. No, it's not, but... Let's see, roughness... What could account for it? I think... stand to go lower with the roughness, I think. Oh, no, that's the... No, that's not the metallic value, thank God. Okay. Well, one thing that I could do is double layer a bump on here, then use this as the height. Okay. Then bump up the distance somewhat. Okay, invert though. Okay, cool. That's not half bad. Obviously the color could use some work. Yeah, the color could use some work. Just making it a little bit more ruddy ought to help. Oh yeah, and for the wheels, before I forget, I'm a wheel. If you haven't seen Noodle's E3 video, or... Oh god, not that one. The other one. Yeah, that'll do. I'm a wheel. I mean, it's certainly not perfect, but by all means, it's a start. What if we just... lower the strength a little bit. Alright. We use this as a mixed color, as a basis for a mixed color node. Alright, mixed color, good. Factor, please, for the love of God. Alright. Interesting, okay. This thing's looking jank as hell. Something that I could do for it is, surprise, surprise, mix color into this. Yeah, it's gonna break things, but use this as the factor. Oh, sweet Christ. I mean, that's a look alright. Not quite the look I'm going for, but, so we're gonna want it to be the other way. So yeah, I would say the roughness needs to go up, huh? That's better. Okay. Now it's just a matter of finding good-ish colors, I think. Something that sells, you know. Guess we could add a second. We could add another metallic bump. But it shouldn't be necessary. I think it'll have to be called acceptable. Obviously, the white railroad tracks are a bit of a problem, and Honestly, shouldn't you be rail ties at this point? You should also be this. There's a way to drag and drop materials onto things, which would save me a bunch of time right around now. I would love to know what that method is. Not ideal, but it'll work. No, not right. Well, that was a very funny jump scare there. You're stretchy. Should you be that stretchy? He says, "Oh, Duffers, can you share what the prompt or theme of this fight?" Well, prompt or theme? I guess it's like prompt or theme. I mean, it's not really related to the Artfight prompt, if that's what you're asking. It doesn't have like a tragedy, comedy specific thing. If you're asking about just general theme, it's supposed to be sort of Lux being in a dangerous situation and then Knox saving her, but in a sort of dispassionate kind of way that makes her a little bit uncomfortable, but not unhappy. It's supposed to show off that Knox is more of a cool operator and Lux is more of a thing. Crowley says you can do it from the material list on the right, or select the target and select the source so it's active, and then, of course, link active material. Well, you know what? That'll save me some time, so I guess we'll go for it. Jesus Christ, yeah, it'll save me some time. I forgot how many of these I made. I was like, it's a bit of wasted effort, and then I looked up and it's like, nope, no, it's not wasted effort. Nope, 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 nope. On the wheel. Okay, Control L. New materials. Oh, and don't forget you. That will probably be okay. It's impossible to tell in this preview. Oh, it's generated coordinates, that'll do it. Well, that'll make a lot of things more regular. No wonder things looked a little wacky. Maybe, who can say? Don't worry, this is fine. Oh, I know it looks not fine, but it's fine. Perfect. Okay. Let's see how weird it gets. Okay, it's freaking out again. Yeah, that's alright. Now it's time for some weird shit. Will it look good? Well, I certainly hope so. But, you know, we'll find out together. Alright, texture. Alright. Faces together? Nope, you're on your own here, buddy. Well, We'll all witness it together, that much is true. Unless you decide to close your eyes for the stream, which... I don't know. Radio show. Alright, anyways. So I know about the scale that I need, that'll be about right. Perfect. No, not quite. Okay, well... It's all a matter of remembering how I'm actually going to do this. I mean, this pattern is useful, just not for this. For this I need the cells. But, you know, not the cells. Which I think would be a multiplication of one by the other, if I recall correctly. Some sort of truncated multiplication ought to do it? We'll see. Yeah. Suppose we shall. Having a devil of a time with this, but it's not that complicated. It's just, not like that at all. No. It's very easy to extract the edges from a Voronoi texture, and I can't seem to remember how to do it. At least I remember it being easy. What am I thinking of here? These circles are perfect spots. And I need a chunk of the Voronoi noise. Just a chunk of it. This is not impossible. I don't know why I'm having such a devil of a time envisioning it. Other than the fact that I've been envisioning things for 5 hours now at this point. It turns out that it's a bit of hard work. But that aside. Okay, this I might be able to make work. I mean, we're definitely in the clown room now. Not ideal. Not ideal, but I'll make it work. Alright, let's see how this looks. Not great, I'm sure, but, okay. Yeah, I can't see a goddamn thing, can I? Looks fucked up and grody, which is what we want. Well, that went into the exact wrong spot. Cool. I have no idea what it looks like. Alright, well. Let's give it a peek-see now. Not great. I don't win any awards or anything like that, but still. Something doesn't seem right here, exactly. No, something isn't right here. Factor's missing. This to be the factor? Is that what I'm missing? Yes. It was, in point of fact, what I was missing. Alright, so what kind of weird, fucked up homunculus you got for me? Barely anything of one, really. Is it because of the bump map from elsewhere? Yes. That looks proper fucking grody. Perfect. That'll do just fine. Alright, that's more like it. Perfect. Alright. Now, at least in theory, when we do this... it'll freak out for a minute, it'll calculate everything. All of everything. Yeah, that's not so bad. That's not so bad at all. Clearly I need a color... Clearly I need a color ramp. You know what this is missing? You know what I haven't tried yet? Color ramp. The cause of and solution to all of life's problems is color ramp. It doesn't work? More color ramp. I understand where you're coming from, but what about color ramp? Have you considered color ramp? Listen. Listen. Yo, alright. Like I said, pretty good, but we can get it better. Alright, so that looks weird. Mission accomplished. We could probably make it a little bit... I could stand to be a little darker. That much is true. There you go. Alright, good enough. Alright. Now let's work on these railroad ties, eh? Clearly, it's one of the remaining things that needs something. One of the problems that I have with the railroad ties is that there's no quick way to make them longitudinally, make the grain for wood texture longitudinally aligned with these planks that I know of. If anybody in the audience has any ideas on how to do that quickly, mind you, I'm all ears. Because the slow way to do it is just to separate all of these into their own individual components, every single plank of wood up to here. So all of these would be one big thing, thankfully. And then everything past that would be separate. And then you would just align the rotation axes. Which, to be fair, there's only like 100 of them. So it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But it would suck. It would suck and I'd rather not do it. Okay, well, let's do a gradient texture. And, yeah. I think tomorrow's just going to be a pure animation day, no matter what I end up doing. I definitely don't think, I don't think I've got it in me to finagle textures anymore for at least a little bit. Obviously, there are a few things that are missing. If I want that to be the case, I'm going to have to get at least a little bit more done. There's still a few critical props missing, and a few other critical props that I could make better. So let's just keep going. Alright, so clearly the scale is wrong. Also, in theory, you could. If we're gonna do it separately, I should learn my lesson. And, kind of think of it, yeah. That goes for this, too. We want everything with this to have a consistent... Yeah, that'll be fine. Barely made a difference. Genuinely doesn't matter, I don't think. It would matter for... Yeah, it would matter for the wood if we do end up splitting it apart, which I don't know whether we'll do or not. On the possibility that we might. Hit a random into the location. Absolutely. Alright. Distortion, please. Okay, cool. Diagonal if you would. Alright. Okay, we're gonna be going with that. No, that's not what that's gonna go for, but thank you for trying. We are gonna be doing probably. We need 15 detail. We need high roughness. And we need a mixed color. I mean, it's not going to win any awards, but we'll make it work. But just because we can't do it quickly doesn't mean we can't do it. good enough. That will also work for other scenes that I have in mind. Yeah, that alignment will work just fine for other things I have in mind, so we're gonna go with that one. That will work just fine. If it doesn't work, I'll make it work. Simple as. This song always makes me feel better when I'm modeling, even before I started streaming. This one was my favorite to model too. My very first mech, which nobody has ever seen in public, well, people have seen it, but which is not presented, was very often modeled to this and within reach. I would recommend that. I would recommend that workflow. Alright. Now it's just a matter of getting the normal texture right, which shouldn't be that difficult. So this should be the one that I want, yeah? Yes. Believe it or not, yes. That bad boy, please. Alright. We're going to use a color wrap node here. Contrast. Come on, don't you mess it up. Put you in here then. Okay. just fine. God willing. Whoops. Let's see. That should also work for the roughness map, if I'm not mistaken. It won't be perfect, but at this point... yeah. Okay. Let's see what we got. Well, the wood color could use some tuning. But frankly, it's not horrible at all. Most you could say about it is that the noise textures could use some detailing. Yeah, that's about right. Okay. That is, I think, as good gets under the circumstances. Okay. I do have a question. Does anybody know about Cycle's lighting engine, and what is the best way to have a paper lantern effect that is performant? Because that's one question that I've had to ask myself before making these props that I don't have a good answer for. I want to make like a sort of covered lantern effect, and as I understand it, emission textures are not the way. Like, they are very costly, but I don't know what it would be instead. And just to remind you all, if we go into render view, there's nothing to render. There's a bunch of specks of bright red, but that has to do with weirdness. So far as I can tell, those aren't actually visible in the viewport. Like, if I make it bigger, like, yeah, technically you can see it, but it shouldn't matter? Question mark? Question mark is question mark, that's all I've got. Everything is vaguely sparkling with red, and I don't know what that means, but I'm going to assume that it has something to do with the range, and that, in general, it would not be visible. But yeah, the next step is to light this thing up a little bit. That's the next thing that I want to work on here. And then after that... Okay, well, maybe in here? No face orientation no more. Okay. Oh yeah, it doesn't like what I'm doing here. Alright, anyways. Let's get at it. It says, you could construct it from aerial lights, but that sounds idiotic. A mission might be expensive. I don't know, but as long as you don't know why not to use them, that is the first thing I'd be going for. The main thing is I know why not to be using them in my scene, and it's cost. I have a lot of lanterns going. Well, not too many lanterns, but still. Because they're going to be shining... If we do mission textures, right? Mission might be expensive. That's a good question. That's a good question. Anyways. We're in object mode. Honestly, this is not bad. Not that one. Dissolve edges, please. And I seem to remember that light objects like point, sun, area are emission anyway. At least the naming is the same if you use a shader node tree on a light object. Fair enough. Well, then maybe it'll be fine. good enough. To be fair, it only has to be good from a few angles. If you can really see... Yeah, no. Like, you would have to be a tracking shot like this, so... Wood works just fine for that. Yeah, no. Wood text is holding up. If we were doing an overhead shot, we would have problems over here, but if we were ever going to do an overhead shot, it would be somewhere around here. And I don't think that we would do an overhead shot. We're probably going to be going for tracking. Oh my god, what is this? Don't worry about that. That's all going to be in the black. Don't actually think about that. Alright. That one's a distraction. Alright, so this never has to be very close to the camera, so... You know what that means. Frankly, even that is just egregious overkill for what we need. 16 verts, please. Anything more than that, is gonna be of the devil at this point. Excuse me? When there's... that is... Huh? Oh my god. Okay. Let's try that again. Okay, everything's alright in there. Good enough. Good enough. Shade auto smooth. Okay, clearly we need a shallower angle than that. Good enough. Cursor selected. No. Shift D. Shift F. Oh. Control Z. Control Z. No, Shift D, Shift S, selection of cursor, offset, there you go, GX, alright, brought to you by Opera GX, alright, and let's say that we're going to use the same material. It's not my ideal, I would prefer to have some sort of lacquered situation, but if I just keep making materials, we're going to be here a while, and I don't have that time to time. Okay, yeah, that looks good enough. Genuinely, it looks fairly good. Okay. Oh god, okay. Didn't expect this to freeze up on me. Okay, it didn't, as such. Better not to mess with extra lines that we don't need. Instead of trying to make it too super fancy, let's just make one that works. That'll be good enough for me. While we're at it. Quite sturdy. Maybe a bit overdone. That's more like it. If you don't have to deform, don't get precious about the geometry. Bizarrely stretched, aren't we? Oh, we are hells of stretched. Okay. You would think that applying scale to one instance would apply scale to all the other instances. And I just want you to know, you'd be so wrong. You'd be almost comically wrong. Oh my god. This is remarkably of an appropriate size. If I control join you to this, oh my god. Hold on. I said that this is appropriately sized, but this is a meter wide, so we're talking like a foot long of sheet steel. Just be fair. They could be big lamps, but I'm probably oversizing these fixtures a little bit. We can make them smaller. Likewise, we can make these smaller. enough, I think. 2? Alright. Clearly we're gonna need to be a little bit more careful than that. Okay. Alright, well. This will work. I don't know how good it'll look, but it doesn't immediately make me recoil in horror, so it can't be that bad. Okay. Not abhorrent. No, not abhorrent at all. I mean, with this wireframe view, you could even pretend the graphics are good. The topology's good. It's not, but you could pretend. You could make believe. You could wish upon a dream. And who's to stop you? I bridged all edge loops. The bridge to everywhere is a bridge to nowhere, I guess. There's something philosophical about that shit. God damn it. Ricky says, okay, no, a bridge to everywhere is not a bridge to nowhere, because can you even get on a bridge to nowhere? And on a bridge to everywhere, you can get to anywhere. And on a bridge to nowhere, you can get nowhere. I mean, I'm not saying, I'm just saying that Blender's UI seems to believe, it seems to express the opinion, that if you bridge everywhere, everything destroys itself. Everything is annihilated instantly. The condition of everything being bridged is the same as there being no distance between two objects. At any two objects, such that space itself is folded. Okay. A little bit of Z shrink doesn't hurt too bad. Z shrink doesn't hurt nobody. Okay, so clearly this thing's oversized because it's a meter long. Well, half a meter long. That's a foot and a half long. Clearly needs a little bit of shrinkage, but it's about the right shape. So it's time for us to start doing something about that. That is much more reasonably sized and centered. This is even better. You can get anywhere instantly. I'm a glass, not completely empty guy. Potentially. But in the absence of distinction, we still have some problems. Blender certainly seems to think so, at least. Alright. Let's see. Blender just annihilates. Does it even leave a point? Actually. You know what? Let's screw around for a second. Mesh, cube. Okay. Bridge edge loops. What do you got? We do indeed have a vert. Wait, no, we don't even have a vert. It gives me an error, and then it proceeds to just obliterate everything. We're still inside a cube. That cube doesn't even have an empty vert to move around. Alright, well, lesson learned. Okay. He says, aha, now the glass is completely full of possibilities and opportunities, no limits, not limited by any stinking vertices, free at last. Perhaps. Okay, let's see. Okay. Medium point. Okay. Problem. Probably good enough. Good enough for now. Okay, I'm gonna need to do it this way then. Okay, it says, as one famous philosopher once said, good enough for the girls I go out with. Guess that's certainly a standard. Alright, well that's right, we do need... Gary says, the philosopher is Arduino vs. Evil 2025. I think I've heard of that YouTuber before. interesting. Well, let's hope our slightly jank lamps will not offend it. Because I do not have the time or energy to do more than this. That is just about as tall as we can make it. At present rates. Oh, that's a little bit too tall, in fact. It's about as tall as we can make it for real. At least this is a big ass lamp. So I guess the lantern is a house. That makes it friendly. Fair enough. I hope it can become even more friendly with time. Obviously, the pitted metal surface will go, but not yet. Okay. Individual origins. That will about do, I think. It says moth thought process. It's true. Welcome to the jam. Come on and slam. You wanna jam. try new point. Have no idea how this happened. It's nice to be able to operate in enough of a filled-in environment that you can just move vertices around without having to worry too much. lamp mat. Alright, cool. Alright, unless you're 6 foot sitting down, this should not provide any clearance issues, so that should be workable. Well, mission, there you are. Yeah, it only took me like 17 million years to figure it out. Don't worry about it. Well. Time to make a texture. Okay, interesting. Perfect. Let's try 4,500. Okay. What if we said 5K? What if we said 8K? 80K is maybe too much. I don't know. How about that? Really now? We're gonna have to have a separate multiplication value, it seems. Probably not in the order of, let's just sweep the frequency range, eh? Okay. 100. It says it really doesn't do any emitting. I am loath to agree with you. He says, or barely. Yeah, that's the problem with the mission textures. Okay, we multiplied it by 10,000, and it still hasn't illuminated, so... I think that's all we're gonna get out of this bad boy. That's about all it can do. Oh, is it because of the mix shader? Oh, Jesus. Okay, no, that it can do more. It can do more. It's doing way more. It's doing so much it's blowing out the scene. Okay, well, 10,000 is maybe too much. 10... 100. Now we're talking some sense. Okay. So, I mean, it's really hard to tell with these, Okay. $300 is about what I need, yes. This is, okay, please let's exchange insurance information because my cornea just shattered. I mean, it's hard to say, but it looks like this one's about right. This seems appropriate. Apropos of something. Take it to 5K in theory? Well, not 5K, but 500 maybe? Sure. Let's say we did 450. Well, I can't see the result because my cornea are spread all over my desk. Occupational hazard, I suppose. Well, out of all the things in the world, this is not the most awful of them. Let's save that. Let's see, we're just at the 7-hour mark. Go into viewport shading. Let's see. I mean, we're not exactly putting down hundreds of lights. We are putting down several. He says, well, this at least gives good video thumbnail, doesn't it? Hey, no, yeah, you're right, actually. Thank you for reminding me. That's decent. That's decent, yeah. I mean, obviously, it's a little bit noisy. Noisy is the word I would use for whatever result we're looking at right now. does look an Eevee, anyways? Doesn't look like a thing. I guess emissives and Eevee just don't do shit. Cool. Alright. That's helpful. That's very helpful, yeah. Okay, well. Swapping between renderers is a little hard, I guess. I mean, I guess we're gonna have to use a bespoke lighting setup if it turns out that this is too slow for, too slow to render in, Okay, anyways. Let's go into this mode, I guess, and we'll try and figure out what we gotta do. I have to do more work to get it to look good in Eevee, but just giving the display mode denoising can help a lot. I mean, that's render... Oh, viewport denoising. Yeah, that might help. Oh, that helps alright, yeah. I mean, it looks very impressionistic and beautiful, actually. I like whatever's going on here. It's good. Okay, never... Whoa. Okay. Let me reiterate with, it was good. If I hit 7,000, what are we looking at? It's about the right color. Alright, well. Okay. Looks like the right answer is -9 meters. Sure enough. Well, it's not going to be that way. I'll tell you that for free. Alright. Hit me with your best shot. What's it look like? It looks bizarrely red. Oh, right. It looks bizarrely red because it doesn't quite grab on to the individuals. So it does that instead, which is not exactly what I'm looking for. He says, you don't need 1024 samples for the viewport. I use 24 most of the time, maybe more if I have a glass texture. Fair enough. I'll, yeah. Fair enough. What happens if we hit 24? Nothing actually. This time. Oh, okay. No, never mind. Okay. Well, the problem is that these guys are all need to be different instances of geometry. But that aside, if it weren't for that, it would look fairly well lit in there. Okay, I see that these rails are a little bit too shiny. Fastest way to fix that is going to be with a clamp. Yeah. Once they become different instances, this should be fixed. minimum of 0.1 maybe? 0.15, let's say. Alright. This, believe it or not, is more or less the kind of lighting setup that I want. Kind of. There's more to do, of course. Especially with the upper section. Now, obviously we have to fix this, this non-realized instances thing. Really wish there would be a nice way to fix that, but, well, there's not. It says, ooh, an underground brothel? Intriguing. No, not quite. See, this is a joke that only works for you because you actually know what a red light district looks like. It took me a while to be like, I guess they are red. I guess the red light district has red lights. We don't have brothels, so it's like, I guess they do. I guess they do. I hadn't even considered. It never crossed my mind. It says, oh, you're so innocent. I mean, when it comes to sex work, yeah, I suppose I am. We just don't have that kind of thing. In Colorado, we have all kinds of dispensaries. Okay, let's see. Beast spline, right? That seems about right. And let's say we multiplied it by the 4D noise. Of course, if we just do it by frame, it's going to be way too fast. Way too fast. Let's say that we did it by that. Okay. No, not linear. Yeah, linear. Yeah, linear, actually. So we plug the factor in here. What do we get? Much too big, huh? Oh god, my gradient texture. All that work on the gradient texture and it's gone. Oh well. Time to get it back, I guess. Yeah, we need to fix all this. 5 ought to be fine. Okay. This is when you said Colorado, I immediately Googled how many US states are almost completely rectangular. Oh, there's a few. There's at least a few. Okay, well that doesn't matter. We can undo the detail thing. Scale, on the other hand, about there. Yes. Okay. Okay. So let's go back to the gradient texture and try and fix this. Honestly, it might be easier to just... This is what Wyoming is, but Utah, New Mexico, and Kansas just don't cut the mustard. The Dakotas have an honorable mention, but they tried and failed. Now, the thing is that Kansas may fail horizontally, but vertically it does not fail, and Colorado fails vertically. They never tell you about that. It's not the flattest state in the Union. I believe the flattest is Florida, but it's getting up there. Okay, let's see. Okay. He says, if you want to see a real lunatic border, you should check the Barle-Nassau in Google Maps, the border between Belgium and the Netherlands. I drove through it and the nav system announced every 10 to 20 seconds you're entering Belgium, you're entering the Netherlands, you're entering Belgium. That sounds like it would be a hell of a thing. Anyways, let's see. If we apply this by this, we should get a fairly dark color. Maybe too dark, we'll see. That's good. That's real goddamn good, actually. Obviously there are a few other questions, mind you. Mostly about how does it look, but, you know. Alright, let's see. What do you look like? Well, we can't tell. But 7K seems to be fine. Maybe even a bit on the bright side. How about 6K? The question is, why red? That is because the black body temperature is being taken to places that it really, really shouldn't be by floating point mathematics. The second that I actually unparent these, like, the second that I actually make this into, like, let's say, if we apply all on the array modifier, right? Yeah. Ditto here, apply all. Then, we go into edit mode on both of these, right? Okay, don't know why they're suddenly like that, but whatever. We will separate by loose parts. Not like that, no. Oh god, now it's frozen. It doesn't like to separate by loose parts, don't ask me why. Okay, anyways, we're back. Guess we'll have to do this the hard way then. Sure, whatever. We'll go here real quick. Don't ask me why it's sharp the way that it is. Whatever. If we go to, like, this guy, right? And just for completeness sake, we'll use a X-ray. And we'll go to this. And we'll separate selection. Right? Separate selection. We'll just do it like that. It's because of the object origins, basically. Okay. So once we're there, all we have to do, right, is affect only origins. Okay. Then, GY -9. Okay. GY -18. GY -27. GY -36. GY -9. GY -18. Then we switch to material view. There it is, nice and easy. And I don't like quite how reflective those are, but alright. Well, can't really see how flickery or not it is, but that's at 7K. Okay. Say that we did even 500, for example. Shove this down to like 0.3 and still... Oh. Not really what I had in mind. Okay, 0.3 is too... That ought to be good enough, yeah. So that's looking pretty good. Find it entertaining just how little light leaks through over there. So we'll have to account for that. There's no point in making our eyes be candles if it doesn't show up, so that's good. At the 7.5 hour mark, we're just about getting somewhere. We want a lighter kind of electrical light from elsewhere. Yeah, I guess we do. Yeah, it isn't the worst thing in the world, no. It's looking quite good. I think so anyways. But yeah, now that we've hit the 7.5 hour mark, like it or not, I've got to stop. I've got to stop for today. Hopefully tomorrow we'll finish, but I have my doubts. There's a lot to do. There's a lot to do, and not a lot of time to do it in, but it shouldn't be horrific either. This is within reach now. This is within reach now. It's hard to say, though. It's hard to say. But yeah, I absolutely positively have got to stop now. Alright, I'd like to thank y'all for joining me. Next time, we'll carry on. Carry on until we're done. Till then, everybody, stay safe, and I'll see you around. Bye now.